but lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to things
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome to another Chill Art Sunday. Let me just check our setting here. Okay, that's right. Just checking if the music volume is correct. Anyway, happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you are doing very well today. Let's get right into business, shall we? Let's load Alpha 7 and let's see if hopefully I can finish this picture today. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Today is a very nice Sunday. It's raining outside. The temperature is quite pleasant at 24 degrees Celsius. My computer is not cooperating much. I can see there the processor usage is at nearly 100% for some reason. I can't wait until I can upgrade this thing, but anyway. Until then, I gotta wait and deal with this. Right, so here we are. Alpha 7 on Holiday Wishes. The last thing I have done on this, I believe I was doing shading on the trees. Come on, Photoshop, respond. Be responsive. Yeah, I did the shading on the trees. I have given them some shadow on the ground, as we can see there. I have also added a sort of atmospheric layer between these foreground trees and the ones further back. So that should give more of an impression of how can I say it? Depth to the forest, I suppose. Maybe one thing that could help is if I made these trees on the back a little smaller. I'm not gonna bother. Let's just pretend they are bigger trees. So yeah, the characters, they are mostly all fully shaded. Oh yeah, remember I was doing some more detailing on the shading on them. I have started doing it. I gotta finish doing that. I gotta shade the ground itself, which should not take much, because most of this is just white snow that is being completely illuminated by the sun. What else? Oh yeah, I gotta add some details here on this area on the dragon's tail, because you see these things over here and around here too. As you probably can tell, this is supposed to be snow that has been tossed away from the tail, being dragged across the snow. So similarly, I gotta add some of those over here to give the idea that the tail has pushed snow into this side. Because you know, when the tail was dragged across here, it also curved. So it must have pushed some snow out of its way. So yeah, I gotta add some of that. I also need to do something here to give the idea that their feet, hooves, and paws are kind of sunk into the snow. After all, this is not a flat, hard surface. This is soft snow. So it must look like they are not just simply stepping on top of it, or hovering on top of it. Gotta make it look something like this, like the trees. Although I think this is too soft of a transition. But yeah, those are the things I gotta do. Let me see, where am I going to start with this? I think I'm going to start, well, first by checking if I need to add any more of these small highlights, as you can see, like here on the dragon and here. Try to see if I should add any more of those. Maybe I should add some like here and there perhaps, and then I suppose I can move on to doing that thing I was describing as a sort of semi-texture. Oh, you see what I mean when I do it. Oh yeah, I think I'm going to begin with that. Oh well, not that, but the little highlights on these wing membranes over here. I am going to create a new layer on top of everything, and I'm going to call this wings light effect. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a typing 50%, because this is a reminder to myself that this layer is supposed to have a 50% opacity. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the layer style from one of the others, and let's begin. Let's pick the brush tool, brush number 1. Yes, color wise I'm gonna want this shade, but it has to be much lighter, not too light though. Okay, this should work. Now let's do a little line. It should be maybe a little squiggly. Hang on a second. My processor usage is really high. Let me close the browser. Let's see. Hopefully that will help. That's what happens when you try to live stream using an 11 years old computer. That did help a little bit. Okay. The processor usage being that high is causing me some troubles here, because my mouse movement is lagging a bit on Photoshop. Ah, crap, I am applying this on the wrong layer. This is the correct layer. There we go. Ah, now there we go. That looks better. Now I don't really need to do this on these on this part of this dragon, but I'm doing anyway. And you know, if it looks good, then I'm going to keep it. If not, then I will remove it. Alright, let me apply the layer style. And now I just got to change the color of the glow over here. Let me pick this shade, make it lighter. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. It looks okay. It looks fine. Let me save. Now while it saves, let me pick the burn tool. And wait, do I want the burn tool right away? No, 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 no. I don't want the burn tool. No. Let me pick the dodge tool. Let's zoom in on his face. That face is really cute for a dragon. Let's pick the leaves brush, size 15, exposure, yeah, 50%. No, not 50%. I want a 10% exposure. Right. Now, oh yeah, I gotta change the layer. Let's see. Neck, mane, body. Yes, body is the layer that I want. That's where his head is located. Alrighty, now some highlights with this thing. Here, I gotta add this exactly where there should be the most light hitting his scales. I should probably invert this. Instead of 10% exposure, let's have 50% exposure. And the brush size, instead of 15, size of 10. Yeah, this is a little better. Alright. Let's add some of this over here. Yeah, that seems okay. Let's apply some of that here and a little bit across his horn on top here. Not too much. Must look natural. Always must look natural. I'm not going for realism. Just gotta make it look natural. Alright, let's add some here on his mane. Now on his mane, it should not give the idea that he has scales on here, because these are not supposed to be scales. His mane is actually fur or hair or whatever you want to call it. There's some there, and a little bit there. There we go. Let's do the same thing, but using the burn tool. 15%, sorry, exposure and a 10% size on the brush. Now, instead of going for the parts that have the most light on them, I'm going for the parts that have the least light. So like down here. Nope, this was too much over here. Let's not go there. Behind his jaw. Yeah, that's more or less. Let me try with a 10% exposure on this bit, because I think 15 might be too much. It must be, not only must look natural, but it also must be just subtle enough that you can tell there is some sort of texture there, but without the thing popping out too much, if that makes any sense. Is that some there? Behind his horn, and a little bit back here behind his head. Yeah, maybe some here too. No, that was too much. Let's leave that as it is. Let's do some here beneath his jaw and his chin. Yep. Let's go back to the dodge tool real quick. Let me add a little bit here on his chin. Actually, no, not there. On his snout instead. Yes, on his snout. Yep, that works. Okay, see what I was talking about with this effect? I have not drawn scales on him. He does have scales. I just do not draw them. Believe me, draw scales is a nightmare. I still have to learn it. But anyway. I have not drawn scales on him. He does have scales on his skin, but in spite of not having drawn scales, with this little effect, this little simple effect that I have applied, as you can see here, I am using a 100% zoom. So as you can see here, it kind of does give the idea that he does have scales, because he, like here on top of his cheek, and here on his muzzle and his snout, and also here on top of his horn, on this part here, you know, these areas that are receiving the most light from the sun, it gives the idea that light is reflecting on top of his scales, and those are being very visible. And in contrast, we have the darker areas where there should be less light, and the same thing should be happening there. So as you can see here, behind his horn, behind his jawline right here, and a little bit here behind his head as well, there's some highlights there. So like light is, I don't know how to explain this part. Actually, it makes sense in my head, believe me. But yeah, in addition, with these lines that I have drawn earlier on the previous stream, it gives the idea that his skin has some sort of texture. And same thing happens with his mane up here, though instead of scales, it should be giving the idea that there's hair or fur or whatever you want to call it. Because you know, this is not a solid thing. This is a bunch of fluff, you know. So without actually drawing string by string, just by adding that effect, which actually I gotta do some more of it using the burn tool, just by adding this effect alone, I already give the idea that there is some depth to the texture, to the non-existing texture that well, non-existing but also existing, because it should be there, it just isn't, but it doesn't have, it makes no sense. It just works. But yeah, it gives the idea that there is some sort of a texture here. Or at least that's what I am hoping for. Let me increase the exposure here a little bit. Because since this part is so much darker than what I have done over here, it kind of needs it. Then again, I don't actually have to add much of this here, just, you know, just gotta add enough that it gives enough of a subtle presence. Okay, so this should be enough for his head. That smile is adorable, even though he's a dragon. Hey, that is actually really cute. Not gonna lie, even though I am the one who drew this. Okay, let's go for the dodge 2 again. Let's add some of this highlight here on the shoulder of his wing. There we go. A little bit over here too. Not too much. Yeah, it should be okay. Now let me hide these two guys here because they are kind of blocking. There we go, now I have a full sight of the dragon. Let's add a little bit there. A teeny bit here on top of the digits of his paws. That paw is in a different layer. Actually, this one also is in a different layer, so just this one. Now this wing, however, is in the same layer. So let's do some here. Right? Is this membrane on the same layer? I don't remember. I don't think it is. It actually is. Okay. So I can add some of this here too. Now, being this a membrane, you know, a wing membrane, it does not have scales. This is basically just skin. But even skin has some sort of texture. If you look at your own, like if you look down at your arm and you look really closely, you will see it has some sort of texture, and you will see, especially if you put your arm under some light, like a lamp or something, you will notice that the really small parts of that texture on your skin, they are shining sort of more than others. You will see a contrast of light there. You will see much lighter areas and much darker areas too. And the lighter areas are the higher up areas on the skin, you know, the parts of the texture of your skin that are the most exposed to the air. And those are the areas also most exposed to light, and therefore they are the ones that shine the most when exposed to light. While the darker areas are the ones that are most in between these more exposed areas, therefore they are not receiving as much light. So yeah, this is pretty much what is happening here, both with his scales and the skin of his wing membrane. And that is why I am adding this effect over here. This effect is supposed to simulate what you see when you look at your arm, at the skin of your arm under a lamp, and you see that sort of shine reflecting off I was gonna say the scales of your arm. No, of your skin, the texture of your skin. This is supposed to simulate that. Okay, now this part here is in a separate layer, so let's not touch that. Let's go to the burn tool and add some darkness to like down here. That was too much. Let's change the exposure to 10%. Let's add a little bit here. A little bit there. And a little bit here too. That was wrong. All the way across here. Yep. Also here behind this leg. Yes. And here by his back. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think that's alright. Let's add some here too. And here closer to his leg, to his back leg. Some here behind this leg. Yeah, that was a little bit too much. Hey, there we go. That is better. Now let's see what next. Here. This wing arm or finger. What do you even call these things? I don't actually know myself. Like the wing on a dragon, and also a bat, for example, or even a pterodactyl, I suppose, because these are in terms of anatomy they are kind of similar. They are kind of like a hand if you pay attention. So like this would be like an arm, and these would be like fingers. I don't know. But yeah, they are like giant, weird looking hands. And some of this here. Not too much, just enough. There we go, that should be enough. Now I can increase the exposure back to 15% because now I am going to be working on a darker area, and therefore I need more of this. So let's add some here. I'm doing circular motions to cover more of an area and make this more, you know, even. Let's add some here. Suppose I can add some back here too, like here for example, because this area has much less light. Let's make a smaller motion. There we go, can you see it? There it is, there's the effect. Let's see down here. Yes, this is working. Let me add some here too in the middle. This middle section here. Here we go. Yeah. I'm wondering if I have overdone the effect on this part over here. I guess not. I guess that is alright. Okay, but yeah. So that should be fine for that. Let me add some highlight with that over here, because this area on his chest is really exposed to light right now. Although since it is already so bright, add any more doesn't really make much of a difference. I am adding anyway. There we go. Let me save real quick, or as quick as my computer can process it anyway. Let's do the next thing. This should be his tail. It looks so weird without his tail. Alright. Let's start with the highlight right here. Okay, this is too much. There we go. I'll reduce the exposure a little bit, because that is very bright. What do you think, guys? I think that works, right? It's kind of so. Let me see if we can improve this. I think that if I try to improve it any further, I'm actually just going to make it worse. So let's leave it at that and go back to a 15% exposure and do some pseudo texturing on the part of his mane that's on his tail. This should be very easy. Just gotta run this brush across a little bit like this. There we go. Just a little bit here. Some over here too. A light touch over there. And some over there too. Yeah, there we go. That should be fine. Let's go to the burn tool and add some pseudo texturing to the base of his tail back here. That was too much. Yeah, that should be fine. Maybe some here too. Let's change the exposure back to 50%, and let me do some of this on this main part. Not too much, just enough. By extension, I am already adding some on this darker area of his tail too, because this should also have some. But again, just a little. Stand together like real rocks in a wall, growing stronger every day even more. Stand together in the eye of the storm and show the whole world who we are. Oh, keep on walking to the sound of the drums. Feel the fire run through our lungs. Alright, that should be enough for his tail. I think neck mane. Yeah, the neck mane should be this layer over here. This thing here. Let's change the exposure to 15%. And that's the burn tool. No, I need the dodge tool. Yeah, there we go. For this part anyway, I need the dodge tool. Alright, so that's there. There's some here. Let's have just a little bit here. That was way too little. Let's add a little more. A little bit more. Okay. Now I can use the burn tool for this part of his mane. There we go. A little bit there. And take a closer look and see what it looks like. Yeah, this is looking fine. I think this is subtle enough. Alright. Front right leg. It's gonna be this layer over here. Let's use the dodge tool first. I usually like to begin with the lighter areas on any sort of shading and lighting effect that I'm doing. I don't know why. I don't know. I feel like it is right. Let's add a little bit over here. No, that was unnecessary. Let's do some here on top of his digits. Just a little. Okay, that's enough. Now onwards to the burn tool. Let's do some here. the exposure must be lower. Like not too much, because there is more light over here too. So yeah, maybe a little more here. Sort of in the mid section of his leg. Nah, that was too much. What I have done there, that is enough. I do want to add some here on the bottom part of his paw. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta do this on this paw here as well. Let me go back there real quick. Yeah, boy. There we go. Let me add a little bit here too. I don't know why my voice just went really thin like that. I don't know why I changed my voice like that. Right from the right leg. Yeah, so that is that. Back right leg. It's that one. For this one, I am actually going to start with the burn tool. Yeah, let's do the darkness here. Some here too. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? Doesn't that look kind of like there are scales there? I think it does. I might have overdone a little bit, but it's not so bad. Let me do the highlight over here. That was too much. Some over here too. No, yeah, I have definitely overdone the effect over here. Let me undo these two I have just done. Undo just that one. And let me redo it. Yeah, just about this should be enough. Now I can redo the highlight. There. And there. Right wing. Right here. Right wing, the best choice. Let's do some over here. Your her, fiddly-dee, being a pirate's order to me. Do what you want because I'm pirate is free. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Let's add some more across here. Now I know it doesn't look like this section of this wing specifically has as much light like, for example, this lower part here over here, but that is still supposed to be receiving a lot of light, so the effect makes sense to be there. And that's some here too. And here. And here. Now, the idea here, the reason why this section is so much lighter than this one, for example, is because the color white is the color that reflects the most light, and being this a snowy ground and there being a lot of sun in the sky right now, shining a lot of light from the sun is hitting the snow and reflecting back up and hitting his wing over there. So like, just to make more sense, light from the sun is shining down, it is hitting the snow and going back up, you know, some of it anyway. That is basically how light works, and that is why if you want to stay cool in hot weather, especially if you are walking outside and there's a lot of sun, the sun is very hot, You should wear light colors, bright colors, I should say, rather. You know, like white, some maybe light gray, light blue, stuff like that. That will actually help you stay a little cooler in the summer, or just hot days in general when you are walking outside. And the reason for that is exactly because the lighter colors, they reflect the most light, and therefore they do not generate as much heat, because that's another thing. The darker the color, the more light it absorbs. It absorbs, and all of the light is inherently converted into heat. And that is why if you wear black under a very hot sun on a summer, for example, you are bound to have some problems with the temperature, because you are going to heat up a lot. That black shirt is going to cook you alive if you are not careful. But yeah, because black absorbs a lot of light and converts that light into heat. That is why usually solar panels are a darker color too, so that they can absorb more light from the sun. And if you know anything about solar panels, you know that they generate a lot of heat, and then, I don't know, through some black magic of sorts, they convert that heat into electricity. But yeah, that is exactly the basic principle of how they work. Because they are darker color, also a material that helps absorb more light. They absorb more light from the sun, they heat up, and then they convert that heat into energy. Okay, I'm trying to think here, what's the next thing I gotta do? Right, I still gotta work on this layer, but now with a burn tool to add some darkness highlights. Here, there we go, that is enough. Some here, and some here. A little bit here too. Wait, gotta do it right. My hand. Yeah, there we go. Now, even though this part here is kind of very exposed light, I am adding some of that there too. This section also got to receive some of this effect. My hand is not cooperating much. I have to start over this section. This could look a little better. I am going to make it look better. Undo and try again. Let me try from the top. Yeah, this looks better, I guess. Add some here. Alright, that works. Let me go back to the dodge tool and add some here. Alright, that works. Let's see, what's next for this dragon? Gotta do this leg. And that should be... Where is that layer? That is left back leg. Should be up here then. Back left leg, right here. Yep, that's the one. This should be very easy and simple to do. Just do a stroke of this brush on this section. There we go. Now use the burn tool. Oh, I have done that with wait. Okay, did that with 15% exposure on the dodge tool. All right, that's right. It's the burn tool that I want to have the 10% exposure. Let's do some here and down there across, and of course on the bottom of his paw. Yeah, that works. Let me add a little bit of highlight here, just a little, because you know this part here is reflecting some light from the snow. Yeah, I think that works. Let me do some of this, like here on his tummy. Back here too. Ah, no! That is the dodge tool. That is not what I want. Undo everything. The burn tool is what I want on this section. Go. Yes, that works. That's exactly what I wanted. All right. I think that this concludes the shading for the dragon. Although, not entirely all the light effects that I'm going to apply. No, I am still going to apply more effects on him and also the other characters too. But I'm going to do that after I shade the background, because those effects are mostly just light effects, but they are going to require, you know, the background to already be shaded so I can actually measure how much of the effects I gotta apply here and there and the colors and such. Also, I have just remembered I have yet to do the shadow these three are casting on the ground. How the freak am I gonna do that? Before, God, I really gotta think how to do that right. I mean, I can do pretty much the same way I have done with the trees, but do that with the trees was very easy. These three characters, however, they have limbs, they have more shapes. I don't think that's going to be as easy as the trees, because it also must look natural, and ideally I should just draw the shadow, but that is difficult. You know what, let me worry about that later. For now, let me complete the shading effects on the characters. Let me do the Yoshi here. Let's go to his body layer, dodge tool. Is that right? Is this effect even being applied here? What is happening? Why don't I see a difference? This is the correct layer. Okay. I swear I'm not seeing any difference. Am I gonna have to increase the exposure? There, I see nothing. The heck? Let me change the exposure to 100% just to eliminate this doubt. Yeah. I don't see anything. What the? Wait, I see it down here. I'm gonna have to change the range. Wow. I guess the shade of blue is just too bright. Hey, pianist! So nice to see you again. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Wow, yes, I think the thing here is that the this shade of blue is so bright that this effect it just doesn't work. Even with the highlights. There, you can see it here because this part is darker, but here on his snout it only really becomes visible on the line art. Wow. My god. What if I reduce the size of the brush a little more so it's more like, you know, concentrated? Nope, but I still can see it. Okay, I guess I just gotta leave it without it. Amazing. Alright, let's try here then. Yeah, this effect is not really going to work out very well on this guy. So let's just leave it as it is. The pony, the unicorn. Do I want to try this thing on him? Probably not, because for one thing, his colors are also very light and very bright. So also I'm using the wrong exposure. This should be 15%. Yeah, the effect barely shows at all, even on the darker parts over here. So yeah, okay, let's leave him and the Yoshi without this. Let me save. Saving. Okay, it's saved. Right. Let me try that shadow thing I was talking about. I am going to go all the way back to alpha 0. And you are going to see why in a moment. Let's make this 100% again. Also this 100%. And this 100%. Okay. Everything else must disappear. Now hide the dragon, hide the unicorn. Let's have just the Yoshi on the screen. And also I'm going to need to create a new layer. And on this layer, which must be outside of that group, let's grab a round hard brush, give it a little bit of a size. Let's do a little notch there and a notch over here. Okay, let's save this layer as a PNG file. And let's name this PY, because that character's name is Spooky Yoshi. And before I do the other ones, let me try. First thing, I want first to test my idea, because I do not know if my idea is actually going to work, so I want to test it first. Let's go here. Let's find, where is that PNG I just saved of him. PY. There it is. Nope, there is not. This is the one. Let's bring this over to Photoshop. Let's put it there. Control A, Control C. For now, I'm just going to paste it outside of all groups, just under his own layer. Right now, you cannot see it, but it's here. If I hide the entire Pokeyoshi group, there it is, unshaded. And what I'm going to do here is basically the same thing I have done with with the trees on the last Sunday. So Control U. Let's drop the lightness all the way down so it's all black, like that. Let me bring the Pokeyoshi group back into sight. Now those notches I have done, they gotta go away. Right. Now let's do a Control T on that shade layer. Let's move this anchor thing down there. I don't even know if that is really called an anchor, but whatever. If it isn't, it is now. Now let's skew this thing. Whoa! It's going very far away. Scale. Let's bring it down. It must obey the same angle that the shadow of the trees over there has. What do I want here now? Do I want perspective? Maybe a little bit. Oh, you know what? This shadow must be cast on the ground, but also some of it must be on this leg. Oh. And the leg itself, the dragon's leg itself, it will be casting its own shadow, which should also be showing on even on his own body. Ah, God, do shadows is so difficult sometimes. I know it doesn't look that difficult, but believe my brain is going places trying to think of this, how to make this work. But here, let me see if I can give you a simple example. Let me create a new document here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Let's make a new layer. Brush. Okay, so here. Let's say we have this object. Let's say it is a cucumber. Let's say it's a cucumber. Let me make a new layer here. So, we have our weirdly shaped cucumber, right? And right here we have, let me move this down a little bit. Right here we have a light source. Let's say this is a light bulb or the sun or whatever you want. This is a light source, right? So this is shining light into this direction, from this angle into this direction. So assuming that this is actually on the foreground and the cucumber is a little further back, so like let's say the cucumber is on this spot and the light is on this spot and we, the viewer, are here, so we are looking into this direction, right? So in this example here, the light, rather the shadow, should be, let me pick black. The shadow of the cucumber would be like, sort of like this, you know? So like here, in that example. But if we assume that the light is being cast instead from we are still looking from this direction, okay? But the light source is now on this side over here, so further behind the cucumber. Let me erase this over here. Wrong layer. Let me erase that. Okay. And also this. Let's do that. Okay, so now assuming the light source is further back, so the shadow on the cucumber should be having like an angle like this, because the light is coming from that direction. So just with this alone, you can already see some sort of depth into this simple doable picture I have done here to exemplify. Now, if I add more light sources, so let's say I have a light source coming from this direction here, and like another one right here. So like it would be, I don't know, let's say one here and another one here in relation to our point of view, okay? So now we have 3 light sources. By themselves, they are not necessarily going to eliminate the shadow. That is going to depend on how bright these light sources are. If they are just like light bulbs in a room, for example, the object they are casting light on is likely to still have some shadow. It's just going to be a lighter shadow. So in that example, for instance, we have this light source over here, which corresponds to this one. We have this light source, which corresponds to this one. So we have a shadow. This brush is too big. Now this one's too small. The heck is this noise outside? I can't tell if those are gunshots or fireworks. Hey Vortex, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing nicely. So yeah, we have this light source there is casting a shadow here. We have this light source casting a shadow in this direction, and we have this light source casting a shadow in this direction. So now we have 3 light sources and 3 shadows. So transferring to this semi 3-dimensional thing that I have here, we would have this shadow, which corresponds to this one. We have this one going over here, and this one going over here. Except that these, because there's more light, they are going to be much lighter. So therefore, they are not going to be. That brush is too small. That brush is still too small. There we go. They are not going to be as strong of a shadow anymore. Also, everyone currently is a dragon. That is a very good observation. That is actually very awesome. So yeah, as you can see here, 3 light sources, 3 different shadows. Now, going back to the picture over here. Before I go, so this is a simple example of how complex drawing cast shadows can be, because you gotta have in mind where the light is coming from. So going back to this picture over here, we only have 1 light source. However, instead of many light sources like in this example, and only one simple element to have shadows being cast, we have many elements and only 1 light source. So I gotta keep in mind the light source, the single light source, but each one of these elements, which will be this leg, each one of these 4 legs, plus these are the big legs over here, plus their bodies, their heads, their hands, everything here. Everything is casting a shadow. So it's kind of like the opposite of what I have just explained here, where we have multiple light sources. We have only 1 light source, but multiple elements instead of 1 element. So I have a shadow being cast. I need to calculate every one of those things. I have done a couple years ago a picture where I kind of had a similar issue in terms of shading, not shading, in terms of drawing the cast, the cast shadow. Let me show you that. So I suppose that is going to help to make it more sense. I think it was 2015. Yes, it was. This is the one. Right, here. This one has both of what I have just explained here. It has the example of multiple light sources, but it also has the example of multiple objects or elements that are casting shadows. So here, this was a commission that I have done a few years ago. We have this pony on a stage, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, plus maybe 5 and 6, or maybe even 7 light sources out of the shot here. Every single one of these things is casting a light on this one character here. This one character here, however, is not just one single object, it's not just one single element. It is multiple objects in the same thing, because it has a tail, it is one object. It has 4 legs, each one of these legs is one different object. The body is another object, the head is another object, plus this thing on top of her head, that's another object. So I had to keep in mind where each one of the light sources were coming from, plus each one of these objects. And as you can see here, this leg alone is casting multiple different shadows back here. They all merge into one single shadow, but even this one single shadow is also multiple shadows. If I were to open this file with you and I show you the layers here, this is actually one body on this side, then another body kind of shifted to this side, and another one here. It is a nightmare to get this stuff right. But here, I managed to do it. But this was only one character. I gotta do kind of this, but multiplied it by 3. At least just one light source. How on earth am I going to do this right? Right, for the time being, I'm just going to import the soon-to-be shadows. Let me close this thing here. And I'm going to keep this layer. Let's hide the Pokeyoshi. Let's do Super Trot here. You can try using a brush to roughly lay out where the shadows would be until it looks right, then refine it. Yeah, that is a good idea. It's kind of one of the things I have going through my mind right now on how to make this work. It's just that I have a bunch of thoughts on how to make it work at the same time. Actually, I'm just going to call this ST for Silver Trot. I still struggle with a simple shadow and you do a masterpiece like that. Well, first of all, thank you for calling it a masterpiece. Really, thank you. That makes me happy. And 2, yeah, you can, as you can see, doing shading and actual shadows, that can be very, very tough. If you are trying to get it as right as possible anyway. Because also, I could just butch it and, you know, let me make a new layer here and just do this, like draw an ellipse, grab a brush and bam, there, there's a shadow. I could just do that, but no. I mean, I do that sometimes with some specific pictures, but that is very dependent on the style that I am using there. But because this one is not one of those styles, it doesn't work here. It will just take some time. Yep. I mean, I did manage to figure this out over here, right? Like, I did struggle a lot to figure out the shadows on this one. It took me some time to get them right, to think them through. Eventually I did it. It took a while. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to figure this out as well. One thing I usually do that helps is I work on other stuff while I try to think, and the idea eventually comes. Also, fun fact, this stage here, I was struggling a little bit with the perspective, and would you believe if I told you that I actually used Minecraft to draw this? I used Minecraft to make this stage. I built this stage on Minecraft. And where's the... Oh, I don't have the example here. Oh, I thought I did. Ah, too bad. Or maybe I do. Stage base. Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I literally built the stage on Minecraft. Then I took a screenshot of the angle I kind of wanted it to be. Then I came over on Photoshop. I sketched the stage over the screenshot, and there you go. There's the stage. And if we come over here, there it is. See? Infinite power. That's what we call a reference. Although in this case it was kind of tracing, but not really. That's certainly a way to get a reference. That's pretty actually that's clever actually. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It was a reference. And thank you. Thank you for calling it a clever thing. What is it gonna do? Alright. Gotta go back here to Holiday Wishes. Horses Cheat. That's another picture they have started a while ago and I gotta finish. It's a little comic. So far I have only done this little doodle. Here we have the unicorn that is in this picture and that dragon. Asking, do you think I'm cute? And the dragon is responding, I'm a dragon, I can't find ponies cute. And then the pony does a blap. And the dragon's like, that's cheating, stop it. Stop it with the tongue. Because yeah, seriously. That, ponies blapping, cats blapping, blapping general, that's freaking adorable. Most creatures who blap are just way too cute. Anyway, let's see. Where's Holiday Wishes? There it is. Okay, let's bring ST over here. Let's copy. Paste it over here. And let's get rid of those notches I have drawn there. Blip. Yes, blappies are too cute. Cats blapping are one of the cutest things they are. Okay, let's copy these over to here. There we go. Right. Now let's change their lightness all the way to black. Oops. Wrong key. I meant to press Ctrl U, not Ctrl O. There we go. And let me save real quick. Even though I haven't really made much progress so far. There we go. It is our very, very good habit to always save your progress. Constantly save your progress. Whatever you're doing on your computer, if it is anything important, save your progress constantly. Okay, what was I gonna do? My brain.exe stopped responding. Right, I have just imported these things over here to later on try and do the shadows, but let's keep them hidden for now. For now, I think I am going to do the shading on what is this black line underneath the dragon's wings over here. Oh, that is just his the line art of his wing membrane. I don't know why it looked weird from here. Whatever. I think the next thing I'm gonna do is maybe shade the ground. No! I'm not going to shade the ground yet. I'm going to do those snow things. Now, actually, yes, I am going to shade the ground. So let's go to the ground layer. Actually, let me save again as Alpha 7 because I want a backup of this specific version of the progress, because what I am going to do next, since it is a more impacting change, impacting, is that a word? A more impactful since it's a more significant change. I want a backup, so if I mess it up, I can easily come back here and just copy this ground over to the other file, or just start over from this one and then save over the other one. Right, let's see. So now this is Alpha 8. Let me close these files because I do not need them anymore. Where is the ground? Here, snow texture. Okay, snow texture. I will need to apply stuff to the snow texture and the snowy ground base, which is this layer. Righty, let's begin with this one. Dodge tool, exposure at 100%, and I am going to need a very, very large, round, soft brush. Let's try 1000. An intergen between 1 pixel and 5000 pixels is required. Closest value inserted. The heck did I type there? Because I'm pretty sure I typed 1000. Seriously, what the heck did I type here for Photoshop to think that I was out of the limits? Oh, maybe I accidentally typed 10,000. Yeah, that must have been it. Anyway, light. I wonder what this button does. Exactly. Famous last words. Let's do the same thing. Oh, draw you something. Okay, what would you like me to draw, Vortex? For the record, as it's probably explained on the thingy, it's just a very simple doodle. Okay, it should be something quick. What would you like? Oh, you didn't know that redeeming that option for 2000 dragon tokens would give you the opportunity to ask me to actually draw something for you on the stream? You should have read the instructions, my friend. A happy axolot. Okay. Let me take a quick look at what an axolot actually looks like. I know, I just don't really remember from memory. Let me open the browser here. taking a little bit of time with a nice hat. Okay, I can do that. Oh god, I seriously need to upgrade this computer. The browser is taking so long because 1, I am streaming, and 2, because I am streaming and the computer is so old, the processor usage is through the roof. Literally, this is my task manager right now. Right, let's see here. Other type axolot. There we go. Let me see a picture. These things are adorable. Look at this guy over here. No, don't look at that guy. Look at this guy. That is really cute. Okay, let's see here. So like an oval head. Those things, 3 things on each side of the head. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit more. A little bit less. A very silly smile. Is that right? Not really. Okay, this is more accurate. See what I always talk about when see what I mean when I talk about not trying to achieve perfection and not trying to achieve realism, but getting things done as perfect as I can possibly make them. I cannot help myself but try to make this as close to the real thing as possible. Oh, you know what? I have an idea here. How about it is holding a cane with its little fingers. I need to zoom in a little bit here. Erase the cane out of his little fingers. Oops, here we go. Kirby Mountain. I know exactly what you're talking about. I have watched. I don't know if I have watched that specific video, pianist. But I have seen many of those. They are hilariously adorable. I love them. Actually, the other day, one of those made me want to play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for the Super Nintendo again. I actually have that game on my SNES. It's very fun. And I wanted to play that again because of the music used on those videos. What should I do for this other arm here? It has 4 fingers? Yeah, only 4 fingers. And they are very thin. 3, 4. And now a hat. With a nice hat. Let's do a very nice and tall top hat. After all, I have given him a cane. So this little axolot, is that how you pronounce it? This little axolot is a gentleman. He's a gentleman. He's greeting us. And let's redefine this smile. Let's make it a little nicer. Let's do a little thingy here. Maybe I should redo these eyes. I know axolots have small eyes, but I think those are too small. Let's do this. Right, that was too much. Let's give him a little bit more body. And there we go. I should probably draw a little bit of his tail too. Let me see, what does the tail of an axolotl looks like? That is very cute. That is the exact same picture. Okay. Actually, that doesn't make much of a difference. Okay. There we go. A happy axolot with a hat. It was you who asked for this, right, Vortex? Just make sure, because I'm gonna write your name here. For Vortex. That A looks awful. Let me move this a little bit to this side so I have more space, more room to write over here. There we go. And of course I am going to save this. Wait, what am I doing here? Right, this. Let's create a new folder. Let's call this stream. Stream Dragon Token requests. Let's name this. Hey, happy. Ocelot. There we go. It is actually the first time I tried to draw an ocelot. If I were doing something like not permanent, but you know, something more complete like this, for example, I obviously would put a lot more effort into it, but it will also take several hours. But yeah, I think I hope this is fine for just a little doodle, considering the dragon token thing I put there. But yeah, there we go. A little happy ocelot with a little hat and a cane, because this ocelot is a gentleman. Let me close my browser here to free up the CPU a little bit. So yeah, this is for you, Vortex. Thank you for redeeming those tokens. And now, back to our normal programming. Where was I? Right, I started to shade the ground, right? Yeah. So let's change the exposure. I'm glad you like it. Let's make the ground dark. Okay, the computer is going to take a little bit of time to apply the effect. Keep on walking to the sound of the drums. Feel the fire burn through our lungs. Find our treasure in the light of the star, and show the world we are. By the way, if you notice this stream lags a bit, it's probably because the processor usage is high right now. But of course, Vortex, you are most welcome. Anytime. Thank you for redeeming those tokens. That's why I put them there anyway. Everybody gets happy. My god, this is taking so long to apply this thing. Jeepers. Yeah, it's still going. And I have no idea whereabouts the effect is right now. Come on, computer, come on. You used to be so fast 11 years ago. My god. Now you can't see it on the stream, I think, but you know that wait cursor, the little circle thing Windows has to indicate it is you have to wait, or it is trying to do something. You know, the thing that keeps spinning in circles. I have it. You can see it on the stream. You just don't see it spinning around, but it is moving. Why is my lamp flashing? Stop flashing. That was weird. Yeah, lamp, stop flashing. Adobe has killed flash, so stop flashing. Yeah, there we go. It's done. See how the processor usage has dropped once it completed that? I'm telling you, man, this computer, this hardware does not have many more years left on it. Right. Now I gotta. Well, this is going to take some time again because I gotta run another pass. But this time with the dodge tool at a 50% exposure instead. Let's observe Task Manager. You see, the moment the weight cursor disappears, the processor usage is going to drop. And mind you, the effect I have just applied here, this is not a difficult effect to process. This is not something heavy or complex. Like, for example, if I were to run the smudge tool with a very large brush across the entire texture of the ground here, which that would also take ages to process, but this is nowhere near that in terms of complexity. Complexity. Bed lamp, go to the corner. Well, technically my lamp is already in the corner. So if I tell my lamp that, the lamp is just gonna be like, but I am already in the corner, human. Why are you sending me to the corner? Okay, now because the ground is mostly exposed to the light, I don't actually have to do much in terms of shading here, but I do have to apply some. So let's darken. Wait, 50% exposure there, and let's use highlights. Let's add some here. Although I now gotta hide the characters first. Let's hide the characters. Let's add some here in the forest area to enhance a little bit more the shadows the trees are casting. Alright, I think that works for enhancing. Let's change this exposure back to 100%. Let's pick a size 2000 again. And let's go back to the dodge tool. And now I am going to change layers. Instead of working on the snowy ground base, I am going to work on snow texture 50%. Let's run this over here. Light. Looks like the message delay also increased, or is it just me? It could have increased. It is possible. Because every time my computer spikes the processor usage at 100%, OBS takes a little more time to, I'm assuming anyway, takes a little more time to encode the screen capture, and when it takes a longer to encode, it also takes longer to send it to Twitch, and in turn Twitch takes longer to display it for you, the viewer. So it is possible. One thing you maybe can try to do is refreshing, although I'm not entirely sure if that is really going to change much or help, but you can try refresh the page, the stream. Maybe that will help to, I don't know, catch up. Catch up. I could go for a party right now. Oh, I forgot one thing. On that Oxalot. Happy Oxalot. I forgot to add the date. I always add the date on everything I draw. So here we go. The first, January 17th, 2001. Sunday. There we go. Now this is complete. Alright, let's bring the characters back forth. Actually, let's not, because I forgot a thing. I gotta use the burn tool with an exposure of 50% and the range must be changed to highlights. And I need the brush size 700, I believe. Let's enhance the shadows of the trees. There we go. Border. Okay, now I suppose I can bring the characters back forth. Let's bring the dragon, the pony, and the Yoshi, and let me save. Yeah, I suppose that works for the shading of the ground. It's not like there's really much to do there. Anyway, right. Let's see what next. I'm going to be silent for a moment because I need to think what exactly is the next thing I gotta do here and how am I gonna do it. I know I still have to make it look like they are stepping in the snow rather than just on top of it as if it were a very solid surface, because it isn't. I also gotta add some snow things on this part of the dragon's tail. You know, these things here, so it looks like he pushed snow out of the ground. You know, like when you put your hand, like let's say in sand, and you push it and it forms a bunch of things there. I gotta do some lighting effects, you know, more like environmental lighting effects on our characters. I still gotta do their shadows being cast on the ground. Let me try and well, let me save first. Let me try and work out the shadows. Let me begin with Michael Braveheart over here, the dragon, because he is the largest character on this scene. Where exactly do I want this thing to be? His paws are over here, but his tail is over there. I think I'm going to align this thing with his paws, and let's skew. Right, now let's scale. By the way, guys, you see these bot messages that are occasionally popping up on the chat? I have finally enabled bots on my chat. And I have set like intervals of 20 to 30 minutes to some of these messages, but I'm not entirely sure if that is enough time or if it is too little time. So you guys do let me know if these messages are being too annoying, if they are showing up too frequently, because I actually would like to know so I can adjust them so they still show and give the message that they need to give, but without being very annoying. Let's do some more skewing. I might have scaled too much. I'll bring this over to this boss, and I'll bother with the tail later. Let's try some perspective. And more skewing. Not too much. But you see, the tail is very, very off. Hmm. 50% there. Let me bring this into the background layer group. Let's have this under the trees. Or actually not, I don't know. Yeah, this is not going to work. So delete that layer. It might work for the pony and maybe the Yoshi, but definitely not for the dragon. Yeah, that's okay, pianist. When they show up again, if you are still around, you let me know if they're showing up too frequently. Too frequently. Let me open the Streamlabs on the other PC here. Let me see, because I'm pretty sure I have set them to show up every 20 minutes for some and 30 for others. Hang on a moment. Let me double check that. Yeah, stop with the ads. Cloudbot. Timers. Is it timers? No. I have set 20. It's 3 messages. I have set one to show every 20 minutes and the other 2 to show every 10 minutes. Let me change these to 30. I think 30 should be far less intrusive and therefore less annoying. Let's change everything to 30. Let's see, commands, modules. Okay, yeah, I think they should do now. Now they should show up only every 30 minutes. I think 30 is good enough, right? I hope it is. Right. Where was I? Right. The shadows. Let me try working out the unicorn's shadow first. And see if this is actually going to work with him. If not, then I'm gonna have to draw his shadow manually freehand, just like I'm gonna have to do with the dragon. And honestly, the least I can do that, the better, because that would take a lot of time and it's gonna be a lot of work. Not that I wouldn't do it. This is some more skewing. I wanna have one of these tree shadows there in my sight for reference. You know, for the angle. I think this should be enough for the angle. Let's scale this a little bit. Let's skew. No, let's not skew. Not there anyway. Maybe some warping. Because the legs must match. This looks weird. I don't know why this looks weird, but it looks weird. Right, Mr. Eraser, I need you. Hard round brush. Let's erase this bit. Oh, hold on. Opacity 100%. Let's erase these parts. And this here. Hey, welcome back, Vortex. I almost made a dad joke. I almost said, welcome back. Hello back, I'm Mike. Right. 50%. I wonder, why did you name it this way? ASDF movie. Those videos are awesome. Actually, I heard there's a new episode coming up soon. I just do not know when. But Tomska apparently is working on a new one. Oopsie daisy. I guess this works for the pony. After all, in relation to everything, he is pretty small. Right? Just I don't know, something about that shadow doesn't feel right. I can't tell what it is. It just doesn't feel very right. Maybe it's the size, maybe it's, I don't know, too big. I guess this looks a little better. I'm still not entirely convinced though. Let's put this over here. And let's distort. Shooting for the cast shadow. You mean this one over here? If so, yes, it should. Just this one, that not necessarily. And actually the shadow for this one, I don't think it's really showing. Oh no, wait, it's right here. It's right here. Well, I can easily erase this. The most important thing right now is that I actually need to just get the shape and angle of the entire shadow correct. Maybe this here is what I need to do. Do some distortion. Yeah, I think that looks better. I think that looks much better now. Okay, let's grab the eraser and let's hide the horse. And let's erase. Oops. Let's erase this extra leg over here, because this one is not supposed to be casting shadow. Not right here anyway. There you go. And what I have just erased corresponds to this leg over here. Let's see, a small hard brush, hard soft brush. I'm gonna need the pen. Let's run this up here. Not quite there. There you go, that's better. Let's have it close there. And fill path, is that what I want right now? Yeah, sure. Let's add some here. Ah, this one does require some of this treatment as well. Let's do this here, and this requires a little bit of shape. Not too much. Fill path. Why does this look weird over here? Okay. Now that is better. Let me see what is going to happen if I apply some blur. Let me try size 100 on this brush. What do you think? I'm not really happy with this result. Let me undo this. Let's try less strength on this brush, and yeah, 30%. Let me see what this is going to look like. Yeah, I think that might work. I'm just not going to keep that effect applied yet. I'm going to keep the settings on the blur tool, but I'm not going to apply them just yet. Let's call this layer Silver Trot Shadow. I wrote Silver Trot Shawao. Shawao. No, that is wrong. Shadow, 50%. Because it has a 50% opacity on this layer. Right. Now Mr. Pokiyoshi over here. You should let me save first. Right. Now, Pokiyoshi, this blue guy over here. I believe I can make his shadow work in the same, pretty much the same manner I have done with Silver Trots over here. But I will likely have to make two different layers for this shadow. So let me go ahead and duplicate, because one layer, one shadow will have to be cast on the snow itself, so like here, and the other one will have to be casting its shadow on this leg, at least part of it. And the reason why I kind of need to have two layers for this shadow is because the shape of the shadow on this leg must be different from the shape on the ground itself. Let's see if I can make sense out of it by just doing it. So let's put this right here. Let's skew, scale. Let's skew some more. Now I need to get the angle correct. So let's try some perspective. There. Let's warp these legs and feet into his legs and feet. Let's do a little bit of this. And let's try some distortion maybe. Not there. No, maybe some more skewing. And definitely more scaling. Gotta scale this down a little more. Because although this Yoshi is taller than the pony, he's further into this side. So his shadow, it's not going to make sense if his shadow reaches all the way over there by the same area as the pony's shadow. So yeah. Puppet warp. I wonder what that does, if I could use it. Let's see here. Okay, I think this is fine. Yeah, let's say it is. Let's say it is. Why is it pixelated? It is using by Cube is smoother, so that's weird. Isn't this give this a 50% opacity? I'm definitely gonna have to use the blur tool on this one. Now let's do a little bit of fixing here. Erase that piece, this piece. Right, for now I am going to keep this shadow just like that, okay? I'm not going to do any more editing on this one for now, but I'm gonna have to later. For the moment, let me try now the other part that is going to be over here on the leg. Now, how the frick am I gonna do this exactly? Let's see. First, let me go ahead. Let me give this a 50% opacity so I can actually see the leg, the dragon's leg, more visibly. Okay. So hold on. Let's keep it here. I am only interested in the upper part of his body on the shadow. So, like this, perhaps. Let's try some perspective from top. And scaling, obviously. Now, lots of warping. Is that what I want? I am not sure. I think you can already tell what I am trying to accomplish here. If I am going to manage this, well, that's a different story. We are going to find out. Okay, so now this part must meet this section of the other shadow. But oh god, this is difficult. I don't have to stretch this part here, but let me apply and let me do more warping. Okay, so that goes like that. Oh god, I might have broken it. Yeesh. Now, this over here, that kind of looks like a beak. Or, I don't know, maybe a Muppet. You know, a Muppet's face. Mouth. Or a monkey. Right, let's go back to scaling. Okay, I guess this is fine for this thing for now, more or less. Let's name these layers. Loki, Yoshi, Shadow 1. Again, I'm going to come back to these layers later. Why must I always make typos all the time? Heck. Shadow 2, 50%. For the moment, I am going to hide both of these characters and their shadows because I need to work on the dragon's shadow. And this one, whew, this one is going to be a little bit of a doozy. Maybe. Possibly, likely. Potentially. Who knows? You know what I could do? I could try and instead of using the, you know, this technique that I have used for the trees and those two characters there, where I just copied the entire layer of the character, made it all black, and then just used a lot of skew and scaling and perspective and such. I think I can still do that to make things easier, but instead of using the whole body, I should probably work with just parts of his body. It's like, I know his tail is a separate layer entirely, and his body is also another layer. This leg is a separate layer also, as is this one and that other one back there. These two are separate layers. His wing is in the same layer as his body and head, but this wing is in another layer. I am going to try that. Let's see what's going to happen. But first, let me delete this entire body thing. I don't need them. I don't need it anymore. Let me open Alpha 0. Right, I don't need these. I do need this one though. Plus another layer. Dang it. There we go. That's what I need. Let me do that. Oh my god, that brush is gigantic. Let me do that notch here and there. Let's open this group over here and oh, these layers are not merged yet. Oh, no problem. I want at first just his tail. So let's hide all of these layers here. Okay, here's the tail layers. Tail main line art. Okay, so we skip those and hide all of these. Let's hide his eyes too. Okay, so now I have just his tail, and I'm going to save as a PNG, and I'm going to call this MD tail. MD for what? MB. MB for Michael Braveheart, because that is this dragon's name. Right. Before I carry on any further, let me experiment with what I am trying to do here. So let's bring over this tail to here. Let's copy, paste it here. Okay, it's been pasted. Just gotta delete the notches. Now let's make this black. Right. Okay. Let's see what is going to happen when I try to do this. Now that's scale. I want skew. Alright. Let's scale. Some perspective, perhaps. Distortion. No. Warp. Yes, let's do warping. Okay, I think that looks okay so far. Now let's erase these parts here. This and I don't think I need this section here. It looks off anyway, so away with it. Hang on. What if I select this entire part here and delete it? So now I only have this part. Let's skew up a bit. Yes. Let's give this a little bit of distortion down here. I need more zoom. Okay. And let's apply. What do you think? I guess that works. At least for the tail. Let's try the rest of his body. Let's try his body. Okay, let's see. Now I don't want that wing. I do want this leg. I do want his body line art and the collars. Okay, I can keep the wing like that. Let's hide the tail stuff. Let's do his neck, this part of his mane on his neck. These legs. And that's it. Let's export as MB body. Come on, Photoshop. Right there. MB body. Let's bring it over to Photoshop. And let's try the same thing I have just done with the tail. Blam. Let's put it there. Erase the notches. I said erase the notches. There we go. Okay, let's see here now. Let's put this anchor here by his paws. And a skew. Let's begin with the skew. Okay. Scale. Some more skewing, I guess. Now I am going to try some warping to try and get the paws in the correct position. For the most part anyway. I know that I am going to have to do some adjusting and fixing manually with a brush. So put that there. Perspective. And maybe some distortion. Yeah. Just a little bit. Now let's apply and see what this mess looks like. Now, as I can see here, some of the shadow is very off. How exactly can I fix this? I need some shadow to be cast on the base of his tail right here. I also need some shadow to be cast here on his belly, and well, in terms of his body, I think that should be about it. But what if I go into his layers group and make a new layer on top of his body layer, and using a brush, let's say size 500 perhaps, that is 50. 500 is too big. Let's try 200 on this hard round brush. Okay, that's not going to work. Let me try with the tail first. Let's move this layer down to the top of his tail. Yeah, that might work. Let's use the pen tool, because I need to keep the shape of the tail correct while applying the shadow. So let's try this. I have used this trick before, by the way. I'm just not sure if this is going to work out very well on here. Let's give that a shape. Okay, let's now use the fill path feather radius. Can I do 0.5? I don't know. Let's give this a 50% opacity. Okay, I suppose that worked for the tail. I do have to make some adjustments, like down here for example, but that will come later. that is not the priority right now. Let me create. Do I want to make a new layer? I want to make a shadow for this leg right now. And you know what? I don't like what I have done here so far. I'm going to delete that layer. If I can find it. There it is. Layer 17. Oops. That's a calendar. Okay. The one I have done for the tail, that can stay, but that one just had to go. Okay, so this one stays. Let me make a new one, just so I make sure not to mess up what I have done there. And let's see. Let's use the pen. Bring the shadow all the way over here. And now all the way there. Okay. For the record, I don't really know what I am doing. I'm just doing it and hoping this is going to work out the way I think I want. Fill path. Is the angle correct? Not really. Let's put this over here. Hey Diesel, professional touches. I wouldn't really call it professional, but I'm definitely doing touches here. I'm trying. Okay. So far, I think this is going to work. That's 9% of the creative process. Now working what you're doing. Not knowing what, yep, pretty much. Like, I know what I want. I just don't really know how to get there. So I'm trying things. Thank you, Diesel, but no, I am not. This is just a hobby. I wish I could do this for a living. But for now, it's just a hobby. Like, really, if I could do this for a living, it would be great. Because I live in Brazil, I could charge low prices in dollar. And once those dollars would convert to my local currency, it would be enough to keep me alive, pretty much. Like, if you check my commission sheet, you see my prices. The most expensive thing there would be like a picture like this one I'm working on, just $170. Then I don't think that is much money, but $170 is almost a minimum wage in Brazil. So yeah, if I could sell just a few drawings like this one a month, or not even necessarily like this one, but if I could just sell a few a month, I could literally make a living out of this. It's ridiculous. But yeah, okay, so that leg, I think it's okay for now at least. Let me make a new layer on top, and let's use the pen tool again. Now this leg must have some shadow being cast on his belly, and should make it like a curve around here. So let's do that angle point there. I'm going to run this into this leg, but let's see. I maybe should make a. Here maybe, and then do a curve around here, and ends down there somewhere. Let's see what is going to happen now. Oops. Okay, so the curve I was talking about. Right. Now up here. Field path. This is gonna have to go above the body layer. Get out of here, mosquito! You freak! Anyway, 50% opacity, go above the body layer, right? I think this is starting to take some shape. Let's do this leg over here. Let's have this shadow run all the way down there. And this can actually work as a shadow for the other leg as well. Yeah, perfect. Let's give this some shape. Fill path. 50% opacity, please. Let me move this layer down because it's got to be behind those two right legs. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's go back to this one here. Let's move it to, oops, what am I doing? Let's move it to this side a little bit more. Kind of like this, I guess. No, not really. Let's warp this thing. Is this what I really wanted? I don't really know what I want. Okay. Let's keep it like this for now. Let me save. Alright. Let me do this leg. And that leg is... I can actually keep working down here. This one is for the tail, right? Okay. Let's create a new layer down here. Let's put an anchor point here. And this is going to make a curve. I might need to add an anchor point here at some point. And one here. And there. And then it goes there. Let's see what this is going to do. Let's convert this to some curves. This anchor point needs to be moved down, and its curve needs to be changed a little bit. Let's take a closer look. What the heck I am doing here? Right. Field path. I actually gotta move this layer to below the tail, like that. Right. Let's use distortion and change this a little bit. Oops, that is not quite what I had in mind, but whatever works. Okay. Yeah. I think that works. I think that works. Now you might have noticed that this leg is casting shadow here and here. Also, this leg is casting this shadow here, but apparently not here. It could be that the light is coming more from... no, that doesn't make sense. Let me do that. If this is going to look good or not, well, that's a different matter entirely. Point is, I am doing it. Let's see what happens. So it has to obey the curvature of his body down there. There we go. Let me move this anchor point over here. Okay, this should work. Field path. And 50% opacity there. Right. That might work. There probably should be some of the shadow on this leg back here too. Let me see. Let's do a curve over here and another one there. There we go. What was I trying to accomplish with this shape here? Let's do it like this, I guess. Okay, this anchor point should not be there. But since it is, Yeah, let's leave it there. Okay, let's fill the path. This is a new layer I have created on top. No, it isn't. This must be done at an opacity of 100%. Right. Now I can fill the path. And now I can reduce the opacity to 50% because... what? Why does it look so much darker than the others? Ooh, that's because this area is already shaded. Derp. Right. Okay. Control S to save. Now I need to eliminate these pieces that are on the wrong places. So like this piece of shadow right here on top of his left front leg, this must go away. And I believe the easiest way I can accomplish that is by using the original line art layers. Let's see, where's his body? My body line arts. Let's bring this over. Also, let me close these files because I don't believe I'm going to need them anymore. Where exactly do I want to place this? I'm going to place on top of everything. Right here. Yeah, perfect. Right. Now, because this has guidelines, I need to remove them. Otherwise, these might interfere later with the selection that I am about to do. Right, there we go. So, what do I want first? I think I want to first fix this part over here on this leg. So I need to select just this leg and nothing else on this area anyway. Let's erase this line. Let's also erase this one. There we go. That one can stay there, but I think I want to erase this one as well. And while I'm here, I am going to prepare something for the very near future, because I also need to remove this part of shadow from there. So I'm going to use the mouse right now. Let's actually, not the mouse. I'm going to use the pen. Let's put an anchor point right here and another one right there, not there, there. And let's give this some shape. And the shape must follow the shape of his leg, this part, at least somewhat. Let's use stroke path Let's use brush. Simulate pressure, I guess. Let's not simulate pressure. Oh, I cannot just simply undo that. Oh, well, wait. Okay, this works. This is enough. This is actually, yeah, this is good enough, because what I want is to isolate that leg. That is all I want. The heck did I just do? Right. Let's select all. Let's press V. Move it to one side, then to the other. Where exactly is the... What exactly have I selected here? Just the line art? Just the line art. I don't want the line art. Let's do this. Let's see. Okay. Gotta select this also. This bit. This bit. Okay, I think I have everything that I want selected. Perfect. This is exactly what I want. Is it? Oof. I hope so. Let's see now. I gotta go to the shadows layers. Not that one. This one. Let's use the eraser. Larger, hard, round brush. There we go. Now gotta find that one. Found it. It was right here. Okay. Let's undo this selection. Huh. Yeah, well, now there's a gap there. I suppose if I move these, I know there's that one there. Let me try to fix this. Okay, I suppose this is better. Okay, what next? Up here. This doesn't look very correct. Let's soften this a little bit. Right. Down here too. Down here. There's this piece there. That must go away. But I need a new selection. Actually, for this I can just use the body. Yeah, that would be fine. Okay, this here is the layer that I want. Okay. Let me hide those black line arts. Let's see what this looks like. Let's make, can you see down here a little gap, some brighter pixels? Let's make that disappear, or at least try. Too much. Hmm. Yeah, this is definitely a little harder than I had wished for. Or maybe it's just me that is making this a lot harder than it should be. Like, let me try this here. Let me try, instead of using selections, let me try to just freehand the shadow. Okay, seems to have worked for this one here. And now I'm starting to think that perhaps that's what I should have done with this one here and that one there. What if I do this? Wrong layer. Well, that actually just makes things worse. You know, let's undo all of what I have just done. And let's start over using freehand eraser. Because you know what they say, sometimes the simplest solutions are the best. I don't know if that is actually going to be the case here, but I can definitely try. And we'll see what happens. And honestly, this is by far the simplest solution. If it is going to be the best, well, that's still up in the air. That was too much. You know what? Hold on a sec. What if I do cause pixels to show up like that, but I also do this with a brush? Not really much of a difference. Not a positive anyway. A positive one anyway. Not by much. Still, could be worse. Right. Let's see the one here on his leg. Derp, wrong layer. Heh. Gotta do this very, very carefully. Hey, welcome back, Vortex. Grab something to eat is actually a really good idea. That is something I'm gonna do very, very soon. Right now, since you were away, I am erasing the bits of these shadows that should not be showing where they are showing. And this is tough work. But hopefully this is going to look much better than my first idea to get this done. gotta be very, very careful, very, very gentle with these eraser strokes. Happy mistakes do happen, but not right here. There, I just made a mistake, and this mistake is not happy. At least I am not happy with this mistake. Let's try to do a little retouch over there. Very, 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 very careful indeed. Gotta be careful and gentle. Now, this is one of the times that I most need my hand to be as steady as possible. I think I am almost halfway through this leg. Okay. Let's go up a little bit more. Here's another mistake. Okay, that one was easier to fix. Almost made a mistake. There we go. Okay, that should have been fixed. Imagine doing that and the program crashes and doesn't save. You see, that is exactly why I always am constantly saving. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. I want the lasso tool. Okay, is this even working? Lasso? Hello? What is happening? That was weird. Anyway, here we go. Let's do this, and now, blam! Erase that. Okay, that seems okay. Yeah, there's some pixel imperfections across here, but to fix those is going to be a nightmare. Okay, there's this one here. Yeah, I've had that happen to me a few times as well. It is a terrible, terrible thing. And that is why you gotta save your progress very constantly. The only reason why I have not saved yet is because sorry, I'm trying to concentrate here. Is just in case I mess up. I mess up these shadows, and I need to go back. Although I'm not entirely sure if the save history, the changes history over there even has the original shapes of these shadows anymore, because I have applied so many brush strokes in here that they have likely already been overwritten by new changes. But if I can get at least half of this right, then I'm gonna go ahead and save. And right now I am considering half of this, quote unquote, to be just this leg. Let's roll up a little bit more.
I'm sorry.
Not roll up, it's scroll up. Here we go. Now this here. I gotta say, this kind of makes this hard shading. Let me try something. Let me try a soft brush. A soft, round, large brush up here, because up here it doesn't need the shadow doesn't need to be this defined. Okay, this might work. I'm not going to keep that change yet, though. Okay, I suppose this works. Although down here I am not very happy with what this looks like down here. These pixels. Yeah, you can see these darker pixels here. These are being a little bit of a pain to get rid of without causing gaps in making the lighter color show, because that is not supposed to show. Yeah, see? It's showing. It must not be showing. Hang on. Isn't Silvertrot going to be hiding this part anyway? Let me see. He isn't. Dang it. Fine, let's keep it like this for now. And let me save. Alright, let's see what's next. This shadow here. This will have to go. Let's see, brush number 5. Okay, this is what I want. No, I want brush number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, brush number 9. Okie dokie. That there seems okay. Let's do the same thing over here. Wait a second. This part here is the same layer, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, I know how to handle this situation. just like because what I don't want is to have the eraser go all the way here, for example. See, like if I erase this section here, it's gonna go there. I don't want that. So instead, I am going to erase in this direction. Now you might be wondering, but Mike, now the eraser has erased a piece on the green part, on his paw over there. And yes, it did, but this section here is much easier to fix than the other one would be otherwise. And that is why I decided to do it this way. Go. These stray pixels. They annoy me so much. There we go. That's better. I still see a lot of dark pixels down there though. Like right here. See them? That is really bothering me. Okay. Okay, that is good so far. Let me save and drink some water. Why are there ants on my water? What the heck? It's just pure water, you stupid ants. Go away. There's no sugar here. There's no food. You little fricks. Go find your own water. This is mine. Oh my god, these ants are everywhere. You know what's funny? They have been attacking my glass of water for several days now. I get just pure water on a completely clean cup, and before I know it, it's full of ants. On the other hand, I usually keep my coffee mug with remains of milk and sugar on the bottom on my desk, and they do not go there. Now why? I have no idea. All I know is that this really annoys me. My god, they're everywhere. Oh, that's okay, Vortex. I'd imagine it's starting to get late for you where you live. About 30 minutes or less. No problem. The stream has actually already reached 3 hours of duration, so I'm not going to be streaming for much longer anyway. I just want to finish these shadows here. Ant attack, yep. Those stupid things. Okay, let's see. What about these? That one is going to be untouched. This one must be touched. Let's see, brush number 9. And this one is the one that is going on the base of his tail. For this one, maybe I should just use a selection. Let me try that. Select the tail. Let's invert the selection. Oops, let's not invert the selection. Nope. I can see gaps. They're not so bad though. If I do this, let me try a soft brush. Try number 5. Yeah, this is not perfect, but seems to be working so far. Let me try this. Okay, this here was a bad idea. Undo that. Right. Okay. This works. Although, as we can see, this shadow does not match this shadow. Then again, I am not entirely sure they are supposed to match. Would they be? What if I do this? Let me erase this little tip over there. And a little bit here. That was too much. Alright, now that is better. Okay. Right, so that should be all for those. At least in terms of erasing stuff that needs to be erased. Let me save. And now, because I am going to make a more significant change to at least one of these shadows, let me go ahead and save a backup. Let's name this new file Alpha 9. And now let's use a soft round brush for the eraser. And let's do that thing that I was talking about. I'm doing this on the wrong layer. Hold on. Should be this one. Nope. This one. Yep. Let's make this part of the shadow more soft, less defined, for the simple reason that it doesn't have to be so well defined. It just doesn't. I have to start over. Maybe I should use a smaller brush. Let me try 150. Okay, that seems fine. What if I apply some of that down here? like on the edges. That actually doesn't look bad. That actually looks pretty nice. Okay. Let me see this one here. Very lightly. There we go. Yeah, that works. I like it. What if I do it here? Yeah, that works too. Nice. Okay. Do I want to do it down here too? Like this? This is the same one, right? No, it isn't. Okay, so let's leave that one untouched. I want to find this one down here. Not that one. But since I have it selected, might as well. Let's see here. Very lightly. And basically just tapping the shadow. Just tapping the very edge of the shadow. See, I'm not even touching the cursor on the shadow. That absolutely looks much better. Let's see this one here. Okay, yes. Let's see those other shadows now. Where are they? Okay, I do want to do something over here too. It's a good thing I have kept all of these shadow layers in separate layers. Oops. Otherwise, I would not be able to do this. Well, not easily anyway. There we go. Let me do just a little more here. Okay. That one should be further down. It just occurred to me. It should be this one. Yes, it is. See. Okay. Okay. Now back here. Yeah, let's remove more of this shadow back here because I changed my mind. Keep it that way. Because I was gonna say because there should be light on the other side there, but just a little touch there. Yeah, that should be enough. But then again, this dragon is casting more shadow there, so there it is. Nice. Let me save. Now I should start naming these shadow layers. Let me name this hard shadow 1 50%. Hard shadow 2 50%. Bleh. I missed an A there. There we go. Let's name this one hard shadow 3. It's important to name the layers so you know exactly what each one is, and that helps keep things organized. Hard shadow 4. Oops, 50%. Hard shadow 5, 50% as well. The reason why I write 50% on some layers like these is because these layers are using a 50% opacity, so in the event that for some reason I need to disable the opacity or change it to 100%, hard shadow 6. So in the event I do any of that, I can easily remember what was the opacity that that layer must have. So like if I were using 20% opacity or 10% opacity or 80% opacity, I would write it here. Instead of 50%, it would be 20, 10, 80, whatever the percentage of opacity I would be using. Right, let's bring forth the other characters and their shadows, and let's see what all of this looks like. Okay, yeah, I still gotta sort out the Yoshi's shadow over here, but it looks pretty nice so far. I am using a 100% zoom right now. Yeah. Their shadows will need to receive some blurring treatment on the edges. But that will come later. Probably need to do the same thing for the dragon's tail over here. When I would forget, I would just test opacity one by one until I get the same one or similar opacity I had before. That is complicated. Don't be offended, Vortex, but that is a lot of wasted time. Because I mean, it's not that you are doing wrong, it works. So if it works, it's not a mistake, of course. But that does cost some time. That does take extra time to do. Yeah. So yeah, just write the opacity on the layer. That helps a lot. Now speaking of helping, where is the shadow of this tail? Where the heck did I put that? Oh, I think I might have named it a different thing. I mean, his tail is here, so it should be here, but it isn't. Oh my god, brain could remember the opacity I had. Oh, I know the feeling. Like right now, I have no idea where I put this layer. Oh, there it is. Why is it all the way down here? It shouldn't be down here. It should be right under his tail. What the heck? Right, let's name this a different name. Let's call this tail hard shadow, and again 50% because of the opacity. Let me save, and let's go to filter, blur, lens blur. Well, first let me wait until Photoshop's done saving. Okay, it finished saving. Let's see, blur more, Gaussian blur, lens blur, motion, no, not motion blur. Let's try just blur. That made no difference. Let's try blur more. That made no difference. Let's try Gaussian blur. That blurred way too much. Let's work with the radius over here. Let's try 10 pixels. Right. That looks a bit better, but not good enough. Let's try 5. Yeah, more or less. The heck happened over there? Did I accidentally move this layer? What the frick I did? Why? How? Hacking heck. Okay, let's redo this. Tail, hard, shadow, 50%. Let's bring it back to its place. I didn't even notice I moved that layer. How upsetting. Let's see, Gaussian blur. Okay, Gaussian blur, 5 pixels, that works. Let me see here. Copy, layer style. Silver trot shadow, 50%. Paste layer style. I don't see any difference on silver trot shadow. Why? Oh, because the style only copied the opacity. It already had a 50% opacity. I actually do have to come over here and apply the Gaussian blur. That's too much blur for such a small shadow. Blur, Gaussian blur. Let's try number 2. Yes, that is better. That is much better. Okay. I feel like I should apply this Gaussian blur to these shadows over here too. Let me see what that is going to look like. So that's hard shadow 6. I have no idea which one that is. Okay, it's that one. Blur, Gaussian blur, 10. No, it doesn't look good. It creates a gap over there. If it weren't for the gap, it would be fine. I just applied. Undo. I meant to click cancel. Okay. I am not going to apply the Gaussian blur to the Pokeyoshi's shadows yet, because I have yet to cut them in all the parts that must go away. Should I do that now? Let me see. Okay, I think I will do it. I will do it now, and that plus applying the Gaussian blur should be the last things I do on today's stream. Okay, let's start with this one. So this one, I need to erase the parts that are going outside, but I also need to add some more shadow right here, covering the remaining of Braveheart's paw. Because both of these shadows, which are technically one in the grand scale of things, both of them must be meeting each other without overlapping each other, which is exactly what is happening with this bit of shadow here that I am erasing right now. here. Carefully erase the stuff. My god, this shadow is going everywhere. Well, I suppose such is the nature of shadows, right? Our shadows always go everywhere, everywhere we go. Ah, what a stupid joke. There we go. And a little bit there. I think this bit here can stay like that. Shouldn't be much of an issue. I made a mistake here. Almost done with this section. Come on, just a little bit more. Just a little touch here. Okay, now I can use the lasso tool to get this part out here and delete it. And same thing with this one. Now I'm gonna have to hide Prokyoshi's group over there because of this. Oops, gotta undo that selection first. Actually, I can erase right here. Yeah, this should be good. This should be fine. And actually, no, never mind. Let me start over. Yeah. There we go, just a little more. Yes, there we go. Now I can use the lasso tool over here, and voila. Is this the same thing? Yes, this is the same layer. So yes, this must go away. So let's do this little cut down here. Almost. Now we need a smaller brush for the eraser because I need to reach these small corners right here. There we go. So that should be it for this shadow. Let's use the lasso tool. And away with that one. So now we have just the part of the shadow that is being cast on Braveheart's leg. Let me enable the other one. Right. Now this must be cut also inside his paw. Right here. Not cut, erased. Erased from his paw. And also kind of like here. But first let me do this. let me do this like this, so I am sure to be getting things right, and then I will consider that part there as, I don't know, maybe some sort of just adjustment. I overdid a little bit down here. Okay. I overdid it again. Here we go. Very carefully. This is almost like trying to color inside the lines on paper with a colored pencil, and the line is just very, very, very thin, so you gotta be very, very careful. The difference is, if I make a mistake here, it is far easier to fix than if I were doing this on paper. Okay, erase that. Let's bring forth this shadow. Okay, let's hide that again. And actually, yes, I can just... No, I cannot just... no, I do need to actually... Oops. Wait. Okay. I do actually have to use the eraser to manually do this. Ooh, such a straight line. Ah, boy. Let me try and use the mouse for this. The mouse and the shift key. Because if you press shift, if you hold shift and you click somewhere, the brush is going to run across in a straight line. So for example, if I click here and I move the cursor over here, now I press and hold shift and I click, bam, that happens. So that helps getting some straight lines every now and then. Now I just gotta do some adjustment here. Just a little bit. And let's erase this shadow from Silvertrot, because the shadow is going over him and it is not supposed to. The shadow should be behind him. Okay. Now let's erase this piece. Let's give this the blur, the Gaussian blur. 2. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was afraid of this. Let me see if I can fix that by giving this more of this. Oh yes, I can fix it. Yeah, would you look at that? Oh, mamma mia, would you look at that? I was actually playing Super Mario World on Gaming Friday, this last Friday. It was fun. It was very nice to play that game again. And even though I am out of practice, I still got it. I'm still very good at that game, everything considered. Okay, here we go. That should be fine. Let's add some here too. Not too much, just enough. Okay. Let's enable this other shadow and give it some Gaussian blur. Let's see. Let's zoom out. Let's re-enable the layer where Pokeyoshi himself is. And okay. This arm over here, this needs to go. This needs to go away. I should have erased this before I apply the Gaussian blur. Let me try with a soft brush. Okay, with soft brush it helps. Alright. Maybe a little thicker. There we go. All right. Hey, that's not so bad. Over here, it needs some adjustment, but this is actually looking pretty good. Okay. All right. So that is fine, I guess. Get a little bit of a larger brush over here. Thanks, Vortex. Now there's one problem though. This shadow should match the other one over there, to some part anyway, and it clearly does not. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to fix that. What if I change the opacity here? Well, if I change the opacity, it looks a bit better. And considering that these characters are actually so much smaller than the dragon, I suppose a lower opacity would make more sense, since, you know, they do not have as much mass to create as much shadow as the dragon. So okay, let's change this. Let's rename to 30% opacity here. And let's do the same thing up there. And same thing for Supertrot. 30%. Now I think I gotta go on Braveheart and find this shadow, that specific shadow. Not that one, this one. Let's see, let's use a soft round brush, not too big. And okay, this was a bad idea. Wait a second. No, I am being a dummy dum dum. I am being a big dummy dum dum. Pokeyoshi's head. The shadow that goes on the ground. I'm not entirely sure it should be here. Let me erase this and let's see what this is going to do. Oh, you're already going, Vortex? That's okay. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you have enjoyed. You have a very good night and a very great week. Okay, I think this actually looks better. Because now I can say that, one, the entire shadow of Pokeyoshi's head is on Braveheart's leg, but since you can see here it is cut off, the remaining would, in theory, be somewhere in this area here. In one, Silvertrot's head is in the way, and two, it would be kind of inside this other shadow here. So yeah, this works. Not exactly the way I wanted, but it works. Now I kind of feel like I should reduce the opacity on Braveheart shadows too. I am very glad you have enjoyed Vortex. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, hopefully we'll meet again on the next stream. If not on Friday for another game, then on Sunday for more art. And I doubt I'm finishing this today. But yeah, I'll likely be working on this on the next Sunday again. Let's see where. Oh, this is the background. Yes, this is the background. Braveheart. This is the group that I am looking for. Let me reduce his shadows. See what they look like. %30. 30% here too. 30% there. Oh my god, come on, select, do the selection. I am double clicking. Dang it, Photoshop. Just do what you are told. Come on. Alright. Yes! Look at this! This actually looks so much better. Did he do his tail? I did. Okay, good. The tail is also at 30% opacity now. Let me save this thing. Awesome. Yes, I like the results I have obtained here so far. And actually, I think these shadows are pretty much done. They are. Let me just place these shadow layers in their correct groups. Let's put this here below Silvertrot's eyes, so that's his heart shadow. Let's do Pokeyoshi's inside his group there. Okay, both went underneath the eyes group. That is exactly what I wanted. And that is it. Awesome. I'm actually very close to finishing this now. Very, very close. Let me save. Okay, so let's see here. I have finished all the shading on all the characters, including the enhancements. I have shaded the ground. The trees are done. I have done their shadows. I gotta make their feet, hooves, and paws look like they are sunk into the snow. That's one thing I still gotta do. I still gotta do the snow stuff that has been pushed by the tail over here. So that's a second thing that I gotta do. And I need to add some lighting effects. That being light being cast on their characters by the environment. So that's a third thing I gotta do. So I suppose that basically I only have 3 more things that I need to do to consider this picture finished. I am very, very close to getting this thing finally done. I think that I will be able to finish this on the next stream, on the next Sunday. I'm so excited. Okay, let me save this. Let me save a sample of this, like I have been doing with every single progress that I make. Let's name this Alpha 9, just like the original file. Now this is going to take a little bit of time. I can actually use this time to rest my hand a little bit. And while I wait, and while I rest my hand, why not enjoy this beautiful song that is playing right now? You sure like to stay at 97% saving, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. We finished. Okay. Let's close Photoshop because I'm pretty much done with it for today. Let's select Alpha 7, which is from last Sunday, and let's compare with Alpha 9, which is today. So this is the progress from last Sunday, and this is all the progress done today. Oh, look at that! The shading and lighting I have done on the ground really did make a difference. Can you tell? Look at that! I'm gonna put it on full screen. Without the shading and lighting on the ground, with the lighting and shading on the ground, plus the extra shading and lighting on the characters. Nice, nice, Very, very nice. Let me compare this one with some older ones. Actually, let me compare with all of them. This, and this. What a difference. What a difference. Nice. I like this. I like this a lot. Oh, look at the trees. It's like they kind of gained life. Okay, let me now compare this latest one with the first one that has the actually no, not this one. Let's compare with this one, Alpha 2. Look at the difference. Wow. This makes me so happy. You have no idea. I don't know why it makes me so happy, but it does. But anyway, my friends, I am going to be ending this stream here. I have streamed for almost 4 hours now, actually. I'm looking at on OBS. It says 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. And 4 hours now. Okay, so yeah, I have been streaming for 4 hours now. This should be all the time I have for today. So, the usual reminders. Excuse me. Remember, I play a different game every Friday on every week at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the Gaming Friday stream. Occasionally, I might do some extra stream on Saturday. Those are not scheduled, so you gotta stay alert for announcements if you are interested in catching those. And of course, follow me here on Twitch, and maybe even subscribe to me on YouTube, so you can catch streams when they come up, even if you miss any sort of announcement or post or whatever somewhere. Also, if you like this content, of course, you're always welcome to follow and subscribe, so you can always catch more of this. I'm looking forward to. I'm working on improving my stuff as much as I can. I am doing this very slowly, very gradually, but I hope that I am managing to get it done and deliver more good stuff for everyone. For one, it makes me happy because I have fun, and it makes me happy when people enjoy what I am doing, so that makes me double happy. So everybody wins. And yeah, and I do art like I have just watched on every Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Today it was about an hour later, my tongue. It was about an hour late because I was busy helping with an event on Truckers in Peace, so I had to delay the stream by about an hour. But usually it's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And I think that's about it. So yeah, my friends, I really hope you have enjoyed today's stream. I, as usual, had a blast drawing and interacting with you, chatting. I love doing this, and I love when you guys enjoy it. So I hope you have enjoyed it. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you have enjoyed, and hopefully I'll see you guys next week on the next stream, either Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I don't know, maybe even on Wednesday. I don't know when I'm going to start doing streams on that day, if I do on that day too. But yeah, until the next one, God bless you, stay safe, stay healthy, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Have a great week, everyone. Bye bye.
and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings aren't exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Bad on taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. So truths can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on thinking just because you've got to be more grand. You've got to think ahead and carry out the things you plan.